Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
Know your lane and what you saying, yo. Silly with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, I be while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he looty, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap you with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, nigga shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, nigga, you wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no lanes and what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in a place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the combo.
Yo, 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 yo. Microphone check 1, 2. What's up, everybody? Give me a thumbs up if you hear me loud and clear. Thank you. Hello to all my ladies in the building and the people in the back and the bushes. Hey, Noonie. Hello, I am Queen. Rocking with the truth. All right, mama. You're always in the bushes listening, always in the bushes. That's right. Get busy, girl. Do your thing. I love you. Cat Talk. What's up, mama love? Hope you're doing good, baby. Mom Life. What's up, mama? Miss me, Miss Mo. What's up, lady? Indigo. What's up, mama? All right, baby. For those that are driving, please drive safely. Hey, Mertice. What's up, mama love? I haven't seen you in a minute, baby. True strong. Warrior. What's up, sis? What's up? Fantasia. What's up, my boo-boo? Hey. Well, I needed to let you guys know today will be a day I will be showing a video which will be very triggering for some. If you cannot watch it, don't watch it. Okay. But it's a clip about domestic violence based on a true story about a woman named Tracy Thurman who was abused by her husband shortly after they got married. And, she didn't expect it to be that way. A lot of what she went through was coercive control. It started off with that and then got very physical to the point where he almost killed her. She walked away with her life. He stabbed her multiple times, broke her neck. He was arrested. I forgot how much time he did. But this happened in in the late 80s, early 90s. I don't remember the correct timeline right now. And coercive control is real. And there should be a law put into place just for coercive control, where a person can be charged for coercive control, because that is a form of abuse. So that's what we're going to talk about today. All right, guys. And I'm going to show you a couple of videos, share with you a couple of videos, and we're also going to get into the definition of coercion. And we are also going to, if I have time, if not, I'll make this video a part 2, because I know this is going to be super long, because I've been trying to get things together, planning it out. I've been away from you guys since my birthday. So, hey, Miss Frugal, what's up, mama? Drive safe, guys. For those that are driving. Hey, Miss Smoothie, what's up, lady? Let me give you your wrench back, baby, because you haven't been here in a while. I went through some drama and I had to clean up my whole house. I started fresh. You know. So I took everybody's wrenches away and started fresh. All right, Smoothie. Got you, mama. So, I wanted to, before we get into everything, I wanted to just drop a little jewel for you guys, for your memory, to so it can stick in your head. Now, we know that R. Kelly is facing his many cases, right? One being the federal case in Chicago, the Northern District of Illinois. And in this case, it has to do with child pornography and sexual exploitation of minors and a conspiracy to fraud the government by obstructing justice and beating his old case by intimidating witnesses, paying off witnesses, and all these things, right? Also, it also has to do with the people that were involved in the conspiracy that were part of his enterprise, as we know to be June Brown and Daryl McDavid. Those are two of his co-defenders. What do they call them again? Yeah, co-defenders. And they both helped R. Kelly, allegedly, according to the indictment and the documents that are presented by the government. Their case is that he frauded the government to pay off witnesses and to buy back videos of him allegedly sleeping with a minor, right? Now, the players in that, they had Lisa Van Allen, they had Keith Murrow, they had Charles Freeman, they have Jack Palladino, and I just realized, guys, I don't know if you guys realize it, but there's another player in this. There's another player in this, guys. There's another player. And his name is Jimmy Maynes. Maynes, Jimmy Maynes. And I totally forgot about this dude. And this dude was a representative, an employee of Sony Records. He was part of Sony or part of Jive, whatever part he's from. I don't remember. He's part of the record label. He's part of the industry. He also was paid to retrieve videos to save R. Kelly's image. Why isn't Sony being sued? Rashonda Landfair, you should be suing Sony. They had a part in that. They had a part in protecting R. Kelly's image. I know that they were trying to protect everyone, including the minor, because that's what they did too, to try to protect her as well. But he admitted on the Surviving R. Kelly docuseries, part 2. I'm going to play a clip of that, and I want you guys to listen closely. Okay? Hey, Blue Lagoon, what's up, papito? She said, I think it's coming. What do you think is coming, V? So I just found it interesting how we have another player who should be involved in this federal case in Chicago. I tell you, there's a lot of crooked things going on in Chicago. Boy, let's just throw the whole Chicago away. God darn it. God darn it. Right? Oh, boy. And I'm going to try my best today, guys, not to curse. And I have to remember to curve certain words because I really want to try to get my videos monetized all the way. Right now, my videos, they just get limited monetization due to ads and stuff like that. So, and it's because of the language that I use and things that go on this channel. So, I mean, they even criticize you for your thumbnails. Like, whoa. So, yeah, it's a lot. YouTube asks for a lot, and they take a lot of money from you. I still haven't got paid, and it's already going into the 3rd month. My last pay was in December, and I've already made over the threshold. So I don't know what's going on. I got to keep fighting with these people to get my money. Like, this is crazy. I'm about to start strangling people through the TV and shit. Oh, pardon my French. I'm gonna have to start doing things. Yeah, now. So let me set this up for you guys. This is Surviving R. Kelly, part 2. And it was let me set it up. Let me go on mute for a second, guys. Let me know if you guys hear the video playing, okay? Give me a thumbs up. I'm going to start in a second. All right, guys, let me know if you can hear the video playing in the background, okay?
All throughout R. Kelly's career, since he became a hit maker for labels and a moneymaker for a lot of people, he has been protected by innumerable forces.
They were absolutely enablers. Going to real specific with names, with management. Oh, absolutely. He couldn't do this by himself. Everyone knew, or most people in that camp knew, that a lot of these girls were underage.
I remember being called into Jive late one night.
Thank you, guys.
To a conference room, and they said, "Hey guys, we have a problem."
Now wait, did you guys hear what he just said? I'm gonna rewind that again. Listen to what he just said. This is James Mayne. Hold on. Let me go back a little bit.
All throughout R. Kelly's career, since he became a hit maker for labels and a moneymaker for a lot of people, he has been protected by innumerable forces.
They were absolutely enablers. Going to real specific with names, with management. Oh, absolutely. He couldn't do this by himself. Everyone knew, or most people in that camp knew, that a lot of these girls were underage.
I remember being called into Jive late one night. We were brought into a conference room, and they said, "Hey guys, we have a problem."
Jimmy Maynes. Now, this incident happened February 3rd of 2002. A video surfaces allegedly showing R. Kelly engaging in acts with an underage girl. Right? February 3rd, 2002 is when Sony or Jive Records was alerted about what's going on. Now pay attention to what Jimmy says.
As for the video, it's now the hottest selling tape and DVD on the black market.
The stuff that's going on in the tape, it's horrifying.
During the time of the explosive tape, I remember them playing 15, 20 seconds. At that point, my boss has said, "We've seen enough." You know, there are just some things that I think you can't unsee. Right now, I can see those 12 to 15 seconds that I watched. I can see the record, the gold record plaques in the background. I can hear the squeaking of the chair. I can remember what she was wearing and what she wasn't. I remember seeing the camera being set up, the focus being set up. In a panic, you know, they said to me and another executive, "You guys need to go to Chicago. And you guys need to buy up all the tapes you can find." And we did. We went to Chicago, and, you know, I felt like I was back on the block. Like, "Yo, what you got, son?" You know, kind of thing. You know, and just buying up as many tapes as you could. And I remember one of my bosses telling me that, "Jimmy, don't get caught up, because if Rob goes down, people are going to get fired." I was like,
You heard that? Jimmy, don't get caught up. Get caught up, people gonna be in a lot of trouble. Why are these people not in trouble? What do you mean you went over there and you bought up all these tapes? What? And he was like, "Well, why? You know, it's not our fault." Why are you buying up the tapes instead of giving it to the authorities? Why are you not trying to get this man locked up for what you witnessed? You are part of this conspiracy, my man. What? What is going on here? Like Cash Jones, why are you not locked up? This lady infiltrated R. Kelly's camp and the survivors just to get a story, just to get a book. Hold on, Joshua. No. So you guys hear me? Sorry about that. Yes, complicit, covering it up. Hey, Ty. What's up, mama? That was Jimmy Mayne's. The one before was Jem Pratt's. That was Drea's brother, aka like a brother, not her real brother, but yeah. It was Jim Pratt's at first, Jem Pratt's at first that said, what he said. But then Jimmy is the one who spoke about the record label called the meeting. And they said, listen, Rob's in trouble and we gotta fix the situation. So let me continue.
As for the video, it's now the hottest selling tape and DVD on the black market.
The stuff that's going on in the tape, it's horrifying.
During the time of the explosive tape, I remember them playing 15, 20 seconds. At that point, my boss said, we've seen enough. There are just some things that I think you can't unsee. Right now, I can see those 12 to 15 seconds that I watched. I can see the gold record plaques in the background. I could hear the squeaking of the chair. I can remember what she was wearing and what she wasn't. I remember seeing the camera being set up and the focus being set up. In a panic, they said to me and another executive, you guys need to go to Chicago and you guys need to buy up all the tapes you can find. And we did. We went to Chicago and, I felt like I was back on the block. Like, what you got, son? Kind of thing. And just buying up as many tapes as you could. And I remember one of my bosses telling me that, Jimmy, don't get caught up because if Rob goes down, people are going to get fired. I was like, why? It's not our fault. And he said, Rob keeps the lights on around here. And I confronted Rob about it one day. He and I sat down and he said to me, Jimmy, it wasn't me. He said it was my brother. And he said it was his twin brother. He was so believable that in my head, I'll never forget this. I said to my friend, I was like, yo, you know what? I never actually asked him if he had a twin brother, so maybe he did have a twin brother. And then you start to go back, and I'm like, okay, Jimmy, you were being manipulated because I have this powerful individual that I am revering, and I accepted the fact that something that he said didn't make sense because I don't want it to be real. I don't want this to be happening to you. During the time of the explosive tape, I remember them playing 15, 20 seconds. At that point, my boss said, we've seen enough. There are just some things that I think you can't unsee. Right now, I can see those 12 to 15 seconds that I watched. I can see the gold record plaques in the background. I could hear the squeaking of the chair. I can remember what she was wearing and what she wasn't. I remember seeing the camera being set up and the focus being set up. In a panic, they said to me and another executive, you guys need to go to Chicago. And you guys need to buy up all the tapes you can find. And we did. We went to Chicago, and, I felt like I was back on the block. Like, yo, what you got, son? Kind of thing. And just buying up as many tapes as you could. And I remember one of my bosses telling me that, Jimmy, don't get caught up, because if Rob goes down, people are going to get fired. I was like, well, why? It's not our fault. And he said, Rob keeps the lights on around here. And I confronted Rob about it one day. He and I sat down, and he said to me, Jimmy, it wasn't me. He said it was my brother. And he said it was his twin brother. He was so believable that in my head, I'll never forget this. I said to my friend, I was like, yo, you know what? I never actually asked him if he had a twin brother, so maybe he did have a twin brother. And then you start to go back, and I'm like, okay, Jimmy, you were being manipulated, because I have this powerful individual that I am revering, and I accepted the fact that something that he said didn't make sense, because I don't want it to be real. I don't want this to be happening to you.
I hadn't been around Robert since 1996.
Hey, what's up, Ty? What's up, OCOV Fat Boy? Granny. Hey, lady. Well, we are listening to Surviving R. Kelly, Part 2, The Reckoning. We are listening to a part of Episode 2, Season 1 of Part 2, The Reckoning. And we were listening to Jimmy Mayne. He is one of the executives or managers or whatever have you be that work for Jive Records or for Jive Records. And he was told by the top guys to go and help R. Kelly to buy up all the tapes to save R. Kelly's image. So we were just listening to that. I just wanted to drop that little gem because, his Chicago case is coming up and we know most of the players that are in the conspiracy. So my thing is, why is Jive not being sued or part of this conspiracy? This is an issue I have. This is an issue I have. Que di que Amani Clary. When is Amani coming on? Who's coming on? What? Right. He went exactly, Mertice. Jimmy Maynes. Maynes. Jimmy Maynes. He said he went buying up all the tapes. Okay. From Chicago in the little hole in the walls. He was the guy who did that. One of the guys who did that. Yes. So, yes, if he could lie and convince an adult professional, certainly he would have been believable to a child. Right. Exactly, Miss Mo. If he was able to use his coercive control and his manipulation as his narcissism tactics, he was able to use everyone around him. Everyone around him. This is, remember the big squid, the giant squid, the Enterprise? This is how he was able to maneuver the Enterprise. From the managers on to the bodyguards to the entourage, to the girls, to his friends. Remember what Shabazz was saying about powerful people around R. Kelly and why he had so much pull the way he has pull. You know, he got people who will look out for him. But sorry, time's up. That's what it is. Time's up. So, yeah, I just wanted to give you guys that part. And I'm going to let you guys listen to a little bit of Carrie Kelly's part. Because if you remember, Jimmy spoke about Carrie Kelly saying that his twin brother is the one who did it and da 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 da. So let's listen to what Carrie had to say behind that.
Been around Robert. I hadn't been on tour with him. I hadn't, been concerts. I hadn't seen Robert in years. And then my name ended up being brought up in the situation. Ed Genson got on television and said that the guy in the video looks like his younger brother as well. It could possibly be him. He was furious. My brother wanted me to do some shit, man, pertaining to this case. That was going to leave me behind bars. You know what I'm saying? To lie, to purge myself in the court of law. His attorney said that it was me in the videotape. That was the argument. He never came forth and said, hey, what y'all hearing is not true. This is real. This is not a joke. It's not a game. This is my life. And I know my mama turning over in her grave because this is not how she meant it to be for us. I arranged for Robert and Carrie to talk. So we went out to his house in Olympia Fields. When I got there, it's only him in this big long room in his house, and it's a swimming pool. You just want me to just get in the swimming pool with you. Robert asked me to get in the pool because he thought that I was wearing a wire. And that's why I came out and said it to him. I said, man, if you want to ask me, am I wearing a wire? Just say it, be a man. He was asking me, man, you need to say that was you. Commit a crime, pretty much, to say that was me on the tape with a minor. Purge myself in the court of law, and risk jail time for some stuff that didn't have anything to do with me. You need to say this and that and the other. I'll buy you a car. I'll give you a record deal and $50,000. I said, man, let me tell you something, man. I said, you ain't got enough money for me to say that's me. Because it ain't worth me selling my soul.
Mr. Kelly has been indicted. There's been a warrant issued for his arrest, and the Chicago Police Department is currently seeking to arrest Mr. Kelly.
Florida sheriff's officers arrived to serve the Illinois warrant and arrest Kelly. When they arrested him, they searched the party house and found in a gym bag behind a door marked private do not enter an early digital camera. And they confiscated that camera, and on that camera were pictures of Kelly with an underage girl and a legal age woman. He was further indicted in Florida for additional counts of child pornography. He had an incredible stroke of good fortune. The judge in that case decided 6 months or so down the road that the sheriff's officers had done an illegal search and seizure. Even though they were coming to arrest a man on charges of making child pornography, and they found more child pornography, the judge kicked that case out.
And the judge kicked that case out because it was a legal search and seizure. They went to give him a warrant. They weren't supposed to be doing all that extra searching. Yeah, no. They just went in to grab him. That's it. So he got away again. He got lucky. On top of 21 counts, 7 of those charges were dropped because there was no timestamp on the pictures, the still pictures. So they just left it to the other 14 counts is what he was originally being charged with after the fact that they dropped the other 7. Hey, Tasha, what's up, mama? So that's what that was about. Crazy. Mm, mm. So I wanted to share with you guys. I love my girl, the enlightened target. She is a great counselor who speaks about narcissistic abuse and recovery, and she does seminars and private sessions with people who need assistance, who want to recover and get out of the abusive relationship that they're in, whether it be in a dynamic of your family or in a dynamic of a relationship with a spouse, or to get away from a narcissistic friend, coworker. Um, you know, we have narcissistic people everywhere. Narcissism is pretty much kind of like a normal trait for some, you know. We all have a little narcissism in us. We all like to have some type of control and stability and, you know, things like that. So it's a normal thing, but it's a bad thing when you abuse it and you develop this uh, extrovert and introvert, malignant narcissism, you know, and you have control of your life. Like R. Kelly has control of every aspect of his life. The only thing that he did not have control of was his finances. That's where he messed up. He should have had better control of his finances because maybe today he'd be smart and maybe have something to leave his children. I mean, I hope that he has a will that says that when he dies that his children collect his royalties, and it doesn't all go to Sony. I hope he does something like that. I hope he's smart enough to do that. Leave something for your children. You didn't leave them any houses, but at least leave them some money in your death, bro. Like, you weren't there. And you weren't there for the actions that you did. You know, that those actions prevented you from being with your children. It had nothing to do with Andrea. You could have reached out and done as much as you could. I mean, just by giving them money a month isn't being a father. Being there is being a father. Just giving them money is not being a dad. You have to be there for your children. So spending time with your children, getting to know your children, not just here, give them money every month and a birthday call or a Christmas call. It should be every night I call, or every other day I call, maybe 2 times, 3 times, 4 times out of the month I go see them. you know um I'm constantly doing things with them and just being a dad, getting to know your children. But being that you have this sickness in you, you couldn't help yourself. You know, you wanted to be the star. You felt like it was all about you. Everything is about you, 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 you. Daddy, grab a cigarette. You grab a cigarette for mama. Thank you. I love you. Okay, can you grab one? Hold on a second. That might be Jon Snow, y'all. That might be Jon Snow trying to pretend he's Debo. Be careful with that. Because I ain't got no beef with Debo for him to be over here popping dumb shit like that. So, you know what I'm saying? And that day that I was doing that live and I was talking and I thought it was the Boski who was probably calling me. It really wasn't. I think it was Jon Snow who was doing that. But that's another story. We're not going to get into that and disrupt my live. Okay. Just giving you the heads up on that situation, guys. Just in case y'all didn't know. Now y'all know. I think that was him. So, okay. So as I was saying, this therapist, she's a counselor, life coach, whatever you want to call her. She's a doctor, therapist. She's going to talk a couple of minutes about how narcissistic families and cults, CULTS, operate the same way. So let me cue up the video. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. Let me go on mute. I can share my screen. And she got a brand new intro. I love her intro. Please make sure you subscribe to the Enlightened Target channel. I put her video link in the description box. So if you guys can, please go follow, share her content, subscribe to her channel. If you can use her help, reach out to her. I think she's awesome. Let me go on mute so that I can play the audio and there's no echo.
Everybody. In today's video, we are talking about how narcissistic families operate and function much like a cult. If you haven't ever made this comparison, then this video is for you because there are many, many parallels. First, let's define what a cult is. I found a couple of different definitions that I think are very telling. The first definition I found is a group of people with extreme dedication to a certain leader or set of beliefs that are often viewed as odd by others or as an excessive and misplaced admiration for someone or something that is popular among a certain segment of society. Another definition of a cult that I found is a religion or religious sect generally considered to be extremist or false, with its followers often living in unconventional manner under the guidance of an authoritarian and charismatic leader. So I don't know about you, but for me, that sounds very, very similar to my upbringing and how the entire family revolved around my father. Narcissistic families are clearly dysfunctional families that consist of abusers, victims, and enablers. Usually there will be one dominant narcissist. Many times that person will be a malignant narcissist that the other family members have to revolve around. There are rules that are to be followed at all times that could result in extreme punishments if they are broken by a member. Cults operate the same way. They revolve around their leader They are expected to follow crazy rules that are never applied or followed by the leader, and there will be severe consequences for anyone that doesn't follow the rules established by the leader. This is a
Doesn't all that sound familiar, guys? Doesn't that all sound familiar? You break the rules, you get punishments, right? You got to do what the narcissist says or you're in trouble, right? Let's continue. Just pay attention, guys. Pay attention, especially to those in the bushes. For those who don't know or understand what a narcissist is, what a cult is, please pay attention. I want you guys to pay attention. Pay close attention.
prime example of how cults and narcissistic families operate and function the same. If you are new to this channel, I would like to take a moment and welcome you and invite you to please subscribe and be sure and hit that notification bell because I put out new videos every week. Also, if you are interested in private one-on-one narcissistic abuse recovery coaching with me, please visit my website or send me an email. Both are linked in the description below. So in today's video, we are talking about how narcissistic families or narcissistic family leaders operate and function much like cults or cult leaders. And a very important comparison to make is the people that the narcissists target for a romantic partner or spouse and the typical person a cult targets to become a member of a cult. So let's talk about some personality traits that both targets will usually have or things that they will find attractive in the target. Both will usually be vulnerable in some way, naive to their kind, and will generally believe that people out in the world are honest, trustworthy, compassionate, and out for good, not to do harm. They will usually be operating under the mindset that most people out there have the same morals, values, and ethics that they have, which is a mistake, as most of us now know. Typically, both targets will be people pleasers, which is important because both leaders know that these people will be much easier to influence and manipulate. Many times the target will be a bit naive, which makes them easier to manipulate, might have a history of trauma and will have a deep capacity to bond with others and are ridiculously loyal. They usually will have soaring levels of empathy that is manipulated by the abuser to feel sorry for them. So after they identify an attractive target, what are the similarities with how they hook the target? Well, in both cases, there is a lot of love bombing going on. They both will flatter the target excessively. They will work very hard to make the target feel special, respected, and even chosen. Many times the target in this situation will feel as though they have met their soulmate, or in the case of a target for a cult, as if they have met their tribe of people. They have finally found the place that they truly belong. However, this stage will not last forever for either of the targets, but this is definitely how they put the hook into the target and reel them in. Another comparison that I think needs to be made is that the abuse strategies used by cults are many of the same strategies used by narcissistic family members or the narcissistic family leader. At the core of narcissistic abuse is psychological abuse, which, by the way, all cult leaders will usually be malignant narcissists. And because of this, the abuse tactics used by both will be very similar. So it will start with the calculated and premeditated move with the love bombing. After they get the victim to believe as though they love the narcissist, they will usually start trying to isolate the victim from their family members and loved ones. Isolation is very important to both abusers, and it's certainly not uncommon for the abusers to convince the victim that they cannot trust the loved ones in their life. And this is true for parental alienators also. They are conditioning and grooming a victim to become completely dependent on the narcissist and distrusting anyone else. Next, they will start cycling the victim between love bombing cycles and devaluing cycles. The devalue cycle might include cruel statements about the victim disguised as jokes. It might consist of the silent treatment or the withholding of love and affection, possibly even exposing the victim to full-blown narcissistic rages. This cycling will be extremely confusing to both victims because both narcissists will create a narrative where they blame the victim for this abrupt change in behavior. Then they might cycle back into love bombing and then another cycle of devaluing. Eventually, this will become flat out verbal, emotional, psychological, and even physical or sexual abuse. However, again, both narcissists will tell the victim that it's their fault. And because the victim genuinely believes they love the narcissist, and they usually have no earthly idea what gaslighting is, let alone how to detect it, the victim indeed will accept the deceptive narrative as truth and fall into the role of always walking on eggshells and trying to keep the narcissist happy, whether in a family or in a cult. And around and around and around the cycles go, each time slightly increasing in intensity and duration. After going through several of these cycles, the trauma bond or Stockholm syndrome will start to set in. Typically, we call it a trauma bond in abusive narcissistic families and Stockholm syndrome in abusive cults, but it's basically the same condition. Also, both cult leaders and narcissistic family leaders are no strangers to utilizing coercive control tactics on targets, and this is how the abusers ultimately gain full control over the victims being subjected to it. So victims from both groups will be exposed to high levels of gaslighting that results in a literal brainwashing of the victims being exposed to it. Now let's get into what the specific abuse tactics can look like. First of all, the almighty narrative that both cult leaders and narcissistic family leaders will run at all times is a phony and false narrative that makes them into one of three roles. They will play the hero or the god, the victim or the martyr, or some combination of all three. And everyone must buy into this narrative and behave and act accordingly.
Everyone must act accordingly. There goes those flying monkeys. Everyone must act accordingly. You all must go by the narrative of the martyr, the king, the god, the man, the legend. Or you're going to be in some shit. This is what it is. Coercive control, narcissistic abuse, love bombing, Stockholm syndrome. These things are real. This is not a game. This is not a joke. People really go through these things. There is this thing called mind control. Someone can be in prison and still control their wife at home. It's real. It happens. Even though he's not there, he still has control. He still has the upper hand, no matter what. Just like R. Kelly used to make the girls go to the MCC and wave at 4:00 in the afternoon every day, and make sure they were dressed cute so he could see how sexy they are. Hi, R. Kelly. Hi. We love you, Daddy. Across the tracks, like, yes, we love you. Hi. We see you, Daddy. We can't wait for you to come home. Mind control. Shabazz said that Azriel got so sick from doing that, being out there waving in the blizzard cold, like, hi, Daddy. She got sick. Shabazz said it. She got sick. Let's continue with Miss Jill.
Buy into this narrative and behave and act accordingly. No other version of reality is accepted other than the narrative of the leader. If a member was to speak up to try and clarify the truth or object to the truth, there is going to be a price to pay. Some form of punishment will be given to the person who spoke up. So that might come in the form of physical abuse, or it might come in the form of isolation. Other tactics they can use is bullying, humiliation, withholding of love and affection, or the silent treatment. So how do we help someone who is suffering from this form of abuse? First, it's important to understand they likely genuinely believe the narrative of their abuser. So understanding this, first of all, is critical, because if we try and bombard the victim with an aggressive, reality-based narrative, we are likely going to lose contact with the victim. I think it's important that we come to them with a deep sense of empathy and understanding. That is how we build trust with the victim again. Next, we need to do things in a loving way that helps to activate the victim's critical thinking skills. And sometimes this process is painfully slow, and sometimes this doesn't help either. This is such a tricky and delicate situation. The best advice I know to give those of you in this situation is that this is a marathon, not a sprint. The victim did not get this way overnight, and they will not come out of it overnight either. So you will have to be patient and have very thick skin. But the goal should be to trigger the victim's critical thinking skills so that the victim begins to internally question what has indeed happened.
And that's exactly what I think the savages need to do with their daughter. Try to critically think of how to get close to her to where they can actually get some type of communication. And then they need to help her with her critical thinking skills to get her to a point to where she can come to an understanding of what's really going on with her and the things that have happened around her and how he still has control some way, somehow. I pray for the savages. I hope that Joycelyn comes home soon. Put some hearts up in the chat for Joy, please. Put some yellow hearts in the chat for Joy. Joy, go home, please. Go home. Like I said, if you don't go home to your family, that's fine, but get out of there. Live your life, and go on with your life. You're a young lady, you're beautiful, you have so much to look forward for. And I know you want to raise a family. I know you want to have a baby. I know you want to do these things. Let me continue with the video.
And have very thick skin. But the goal should be to trigger the victim's critical thinking skills so that the victim begins to internally question what has indeed happened. The narcissistic abuser are forcing a false narrative onto them, meaning the narcissist is telling them what to think. We want to teach them how to think again. And we must come from an empathetic and compassionate place. But again, this will usually be a marathon, not a sprint. And it will usually take several realizations for the victim to come around, not one event, but several over a period of time. Okay, that's going to do it for today's video. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and please subscribe to my channel. Also, follow me on Instagram. The link is in the description below. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yes, Miss Me, Miss Mo. She is very precise on what she's saying. You know, you have to go with a soft approach. You see, that's why I think Joy ran away from her family. They came so hard with their approach towards her. You know, it frightened her. And then R. Kelly is, feeding her stuff in her mind that she withdrew from her family completely. And it's a shame, you know. Joy, go home, baby, okay? They said you ain't got to go home to your family, but get out of there. She's scared. I think she's scared too. Right. Exactly, Miss Me, Miss Mo. You cannot embarrass someone into believing the truth. I understand Mr. Savage's desperation in getting his child to listen, but he'll lose that way every time. You're absolutely right. Just like Miss Jill said, you have to be easy. It's a very fragile situation. That's like one of my family members went through a domestic situation. And and I couldn't bring myself to talk to her. And I don't mean like trying to convince her to come home. I mean just talking to her in general, just having a normal, everyday, simple conversation with her, knowing that he would be in the background antagonizing her, bullying her, harassing her, degrading her, putting her down, talking down to her, or even physically hitting her. I could not bring myself to even go visit her. And she was in a whole nother state at the time. I could not bring myself to because I didn't want to push her away. I wanted her to stay strong and break out of it as soon as she can when she was ready. And at times when we did conversate, I didn't talk much. I listened. And every time I got off the phone, I was scared for her life. Got to a point to where he almost killed her. And her daughter. And I got so desperate to help her come back home to New York that I made a GoFundMe to help her to come back home. And she did. And when she did, she was so, she didn't look like herself when she came home. She was so skinny. She wasn't eating. She was on all these meds for the depression. And then she just came to us broken. And now she's much better. She got full custody of her daughter. Right now, she's going through housing situations. Like, right, this stuff in New York with housing is off the hook. So, thank God she's home. Thank God she's well. Thank God she's living her life. Her daughter's fine. They're doing much better. They're safe. Now she's just waiting to get a divorce. That's her next thing, is now to divorce him. Now that she's been out here for a few years and all these stipulations before she has to get a uncontested divorce, she doesn't even want him to sign the divorce. Just give her the divorce automatically. She was in a domestic situation. So, yeah, I know what that is. Exactly. Thank you, Nuni. She needs to speak to someone outside of the camp. I agree. Everything RSK has falsely fed his victims about their loved ones aligns with the savage's approach. Yeah, they need to meet her where she is not where they want her to be. Yeah, that was the whole thing. When they were trying to do the meeting, it had to always be on R. Kelly's conditions. And it was very hard for the savages to travel. They're not made of money. None of us are made of money like R. Kelly that we can travel back and forth every 2 hours here and there and every other day or have you be. Meet the conditions of the parents. Why are we even negotiating? First of all, why am I even negotiating to see my child? I don't care how old she is. I should be able to see my child. It shouldn't be that it's got to be on your terms or whenever you say. Who the fuck are you? Did you birth this child? No. Me and my wife did. We gave birth to this child. That's our blood, our seed. It's called isolation. R. Kelly isolated these girls from their friends and family members. Thank you, Mama. Thank you for the super chat, baby. I love you. Yes, Joy, go home. That's my mama, guys. That's my mama. That's my mom. They rushed up on her on the street, told the media about her STIs, etc. I think that pushed her further into RSK's grasp, isolation, and manipulation. It did. Because at first they came out, at first they did meet. They did the whole intervention. They had her on camera. I mean, the whole experience for her at that moment was embarrassing. And then they put it out on social media. And I understand they wanted to get the attention of the media and put it out there. I understand. They could have personally spoke to someone in the media about it and told them, look, what's happening. Look at what's happening. Maybe the media could have talked about it. They didn't have to necessarily show it. They could have just said, she was in a room, they spoke with her, but they couldn't convince her to speak the truth. She was in a rush. She was lying. They had her all over the place. It was a mess. But I understand why they did it. They love their child. I mean, anyone would do that. You're not thinking rationally. You're just rushing your judgment. You're not understanding what's going on. You're hurt, you're confused, you're scared, and you just want your baby home. So I feel bad for her that she didn't wake up. Azriel tried to rescue her. Azriel tried to get her out. She didn't want to listen because she had other people in her ear. And it was the people in R. Kelly's camp and his handlers controlling her, coercively controlling her. Thank you, honey. You found the baby? You- Hold on one second. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you, Granny. I don't think they meant her any ill will. They didn't. They were desperate. Yes, but unfortunately, it drove her away. And she will break through his control the longer he's away and handlers are removed. Yeah, I think that's what will happen. Either that or maybe he promised her he will marry her. Maybe he said when this is all over and the cases are done, maybe we can get married. Maybe she's looking for that. Who knows what type of false pretenses he led her to believe that he's going to be there forever and she's the one. She isn't going home to her. It's her parents' fault. He's where he is. I think she needs to try have a relationship with her sister still. She needs to have a relationship with her whole family. Hey Sarah, how you doing, Mama? I can talk all day about this topic. Love that you're discussing it, Diva. Thank you, honey. I'm going to I'm going through a little something in the background. So right now, I'm going to play another video of another person who is in the psychology world, and she also speaks about coercive control and behavior. And in this video, she speaks about sneaky, subtle, and sadistic patterns of domination. And she's going to talk about degradation and all that types of stuff. Humiliating, degrading, all those things are types of coercive control. Okay? So I'm going to play this in the moment. I'm going to step off the screen for a minute, guys. Okay? Thank you. Okay. I'm saying in her eyes, her parents took away her man. Right. I mean, right. In her eyes, her parents took away her man. They embarrassed her. A lot of things. Her parents did help get R. Kelly convicted. They did. They are the reasons why R. Kelly was investigated. They are. Let's be real here. That's what it is. They made a voice. They made a stand. They came out. And then everyone else followed behind and said, you know what? Yes, time is up. This has gone on 25 years too long. Many cults continue on even after the leader dies or is incarcerated. Love cult, Warren Jeffs, Rainier, etc. It could be a wow for joy, unfortunately. You're absolutely right, Miss Mo. I agree with that statement. I agree with that. So, this video that I'm going to present to you now, I also put her channel in the description box of the video. Her name is Dr. Roberta Schaller. Dr. Roberta Schaller. And she also does counseling and helps those that are in toxic relationships. So let me present to you the video. Let me share my screen, and I am going to mute, and I'll be back.
Very serious stuff today. Many times we only think, or the police only think, or a country only thinks, or laws only maintain that domestic violence has to do with physical harm, but much more pervasive than physical harm is the topic I'm bringing to you today, which is the whole understanding of coercive control, the sneaky, subtle, sadistic patterns of domination that happen in an emotionally abusive relationship. You need to know these things. You need to recognize them. You need to call them when you see them, and you need to know when to move away from them. So today you're going to have a full understanding of what coercive control looks like, sounds like, feels like, and you will know whether or not that's what's happening in your relationship. Stay tuned. Welcome to Save Your Sanity, help for handling hijackals, those difficult, toxic, and often disturbing people in your life. I'm Dr. Roberta Shaler, the Relationship Help Doctor, and I'm here for you. You'll get the insight, skills, strategies, and support to stop tolerating verbal and emotional abuse, whether it's happening now or it happened to you in the past, maybe by a parent, partner, ex, relative, or even a coworker. Time to take life back, to recover and to rediscover you, your values, dreams, desires, and realize them in healthy ways in healthy relationships. I'm so glad you're here. Have you heard of this concept of coercive control? Many people haven't. And of course, you're not going to hear about it unless you are looking for understanding of what's actually going on in your relationship. It might have gone on in a relationship that you were raised in. Maybe a parent was the one who perpetrated coercive control over you. Of course, most teenagers think that that's the case no matter what. But I mean, the real deal, the real coercive control. And I want to really bring some insights into that for you, because I've called this episode Coercive Control, Sneaky, Subtle, and Sadistic Patterns of Domination. And I did it for a purpose, because the word sadistic is important in this. In the Oxford Dictionary, sadistic is defined as deriving pleasure from inflicting pain, suffering, or humiliation on another person. So a hijackal, one of those relentlessly difficult, toxic people that I talk about so much, is a person who derives pleasure from inflicting pain and suffering and humiliation on others. And I would add another thing to the pain and suffering and humiliation. I would add the joy that they find in intimidation. And again, I looked in the Oxford Dictionary to find out exactly what intimidation means. And it means frighten, especially in order to make a person do what one wants. Now, doesn't that just sound like a hijackal? They want to intimidate you. They want to humiliate you. They enjoy the fact that you are suffering. And I know that some hijackals say that they don't enjoy it, but if they didn't enjoy it, they would stop doing it. And you know from my last episode on whether or not hijackals are doing what they do on purpose, that it is not the case that they cannot control this urge. After all, go and listen to that episode. But they don't do it everywhere, do they? They don't do it with every person. So therefore, they do have control. They do make decisions. They do decide when to be their nasty selves and when to be their charming, manipulative selves. And so that's important to know. So coercive control. This is a term that was coined by a man called Evan Stark, and he wrote a book about it. And I got really interested in a paper that he wrote. And for those of you who like to look things up, it's called Representing Battered Women, Coercive Control and the Defense of Liberty. And so I started going down that path to see what he meant about entrapment and how it would help me help you understand what's going on. So he defines coercive control this way: an ongoing pattern of domination by which male, and it is gendered, by which male abusive partners primarily interweave repeated physical and sexual violence with intimidation, sexual degradation, isolation, and control. I'm going to read that again because that's a lot. It is defined as an ongoing pattern of domination by which male abusive partners primarily interweave repeated physical and sexual violence with intimidation, sexual degradation, isolation, and control. The primary outcome, he says, of coercive control is a condition of entrapment that can be hostage-like in the harms it inflicts on dignity, liberty, autonomy, and personhood, as well as to the physical and psychological integrity. Wow. Does that feel familiar to you? That something is happening to you that really gets in the way of you feeling like your dignity is a priority, your liberty is a priority, your autonomy is a priority, and who you are. You know, I say so many times that any relationship, in order to be healthy, has to have 3 hallmarks. There has to be equality, reciprocity, and mutuality. Now, you're sure not going to find those things in a relationship with a hijackal. I'm sure you're clear about that after listening to a bunch of episodes. And if you're new to Save Your Sanity podcast, I'm so glad you found me and this podcast. And I invite you to go back and listen to the many, many, many episodes in this series. So, yes, it's true. Women also assault their partners, but coercive control, in Evan Stark's mind and in his construction of the idea, he says it's gendered because it's used to secure male privilege and its regime of domination subordination. It's constructed around the enforcement of gender stereotypes. So that really has a lot to say about many things that happen when we see men in control of things, and they are doing these things that we talk about, that they are deriving pleasure from inflicting pain, suffering, humiliation, intimidation, anything to coerce you, anything to have control over you. Now, you know, many times there's physical violence in relationships, and we're very, very aware of that. But sometimes people don't recognize the physical violence as the tip of the iceberg for what's been going on for a long time that may or may not have been reported and may or may not have been the buildup to this amazing physical assault. And, you know, there was a report done in 2006 in Britain, and they looked at 500 women who and who had been assaulted in various forms and involved in extreme violence. And the statistics were that 70% had been choked or strangled at least once, 60% had been beaten in their sleep, 24% had been cut or stabbed at least once, and almost 60% had been forced to have sex against their will. 26.5% had been beaten unconscious, and 10% had been tied up. And as a result of the assaults, 38% of the women reported suffering permanent damage. Now, you don't want to be in these statistics. Yes, sure, you could say that's 2006. I would say it's more frequent today. And that is a problem because the vast majority of assaults used coercive control. And that was over time. That was something that happened over and over and over. And so it was marked by the frequency and duration of it, not by the severity of it. And it was reported in 2008 by a study that men using coercive control assaulted women 6 times more often on average than men who used physical violence alone. So this is incredible stuff. And it is this intimidation that's used to keep abuse secret. And the idea is to instill at home, in the privacy of home, to instill fear and dependence and compliance and loyalty. And oh, yes, over and over and over to instill shame. And when that's all happening, a person, a woman, because remember, we're talking about coercive control as being something that men do, because it is, in Stark's definition, something that men do, although women are capable of it. It undermines the will to resist. After a while, the woman is so diminished, so demeaned, so devalued, that eventually she just gives up. And she loses her will to resist. And then you just become a doormat. First of all, you've bent yourself into a pretzel, but then when you really give up, you just become a doormat. And I have worked with women who have gotten to that place in their lives and they've had sort of a one last thing. And they came and they asked me, what can I do? Is there anything I can do? Am I wrong? By this time, they were believing it was their fault because they've been told so often it was their fault. And I was so glad that they reached out. And you can also reach out at any time. Just go to beaclient.com and have your initial consultation. Beaclient.com. So this coercive control thing is just huge. It's about intimidation, and it's about the fact that this abuse goes on and on and on. Hijackals are repeat offenders. Any day, at any time, when they're not getting what they want or when they want to demand what they want, they use coercive control. And so there are repeat offenders. And sometimes just the intimidation enough wears you down so badly that you have become a hostage to the situation. And it's such an insidious thing that over and over and over is subtle and it's scary and it's intimate and it's intimidating. And that is really, really difficult. And then sometimes you're afraid to do anything because you're afraid of the effects on the children. And that's a topic for another day. I'm going to talk about lots of these individual pieces of this in depth in upcoming episodes. But this is the big one that I wanted to do to really bring the idea of coercive control to you. And, I've done a lot of work with passive aggressive ideas, definitions, examples. I wrote a book about it called Stop That's Crazy Making, How to Quit Playing the Passive Aggressive Game. And passive aggressive threats, such as emotional withdrawal or disappearing without notice or the silent treatment, that's the kind of thing that hijackals do. And that's another form of coercive control. I will just disappear. I will not talk to you. I will ignore your existence until you come begging for me. Horrible, horrible, horrible things. And you know what they do. You know, they do things that are almost unspeakable. They'll leave anonymous threats on answering machines or on your phone, or I guess answering machines sounds a little old these days, but they will leave voicemail for you that is threatening, or they will get into your electronic communication. They will change your passwords on your phone. They will surveil your phone. They will want to keep control and look at your browser history. They will want to steal your money. They will make it impossible for you to make phone calls. They'll ruin your phone and throw it away and then say you don't need it and cut you off from other people. And then, of course, they'll do the gaslighting thing. And, there's a whole episode on that, on sneaky gaslighting, where they try to define your reality for you, while they try to tell you what you think and what you feel and what you need and what you want and what you should think, feel, need, and want. And they gaslight you. They make it sound like there's something wrong with you if that's not what you want, because that they know you better than you know yourself. And so you should understand that they are able to define your reality for you. And that's what we call gaslighting. Another thing they like to do is they tell lies about you in public, don't they? They hope to insult you or embarrass you and get away with it in public. Coercive control. And the subtle things, the sneaky things that are in the title here, it's partner surveillance. And I don't mean just cameras. I mean, it's all kinds of little things. Like in the beginning, they text you, well, how are you doing? What are you doing? And it seems so endearing and sweet and lovely. But that's the beginning of this sort of partner surveillance. What are you doing? Where are you? How long will you be? What are you going to do on the way home? Why didn't you get home when you said you would be? You're 5 minutes late. That kind of thing. And they time people. I mean, I have heard stories where partners of coercive, controlling men, they're timed when they're in the bathroom. They're timed on their shopping trips. Yes, of course, their phones are looked at. Their browser history is looked at, as I said. They check to see if you belong to any groups on Facebook. They make fake accounts and they lurk in there to see what you say about them, or they get their friends or relatives to do that and then report back to them. They'll search through your stuff. They'll go through your wallet. They'll try to get your bank records. And then, of course, they will do the things. They will have cameras and they will have surveillance and they will have GPS devices. And it's just an amazing array of tactics. And one of the big things that they are happy to share is they want to degrade you. They want to appear morally superior to you. And they want to deny you any self-respect. Does that ring a bell for you? Do you feel like your partner wants to take away your self-respect? And they do that by having no respect for you and then telling you that no one else respects you and that there's nothing about you that is worthy of respect. So these insults used in coercive control, they target areas from maybe where a woman gets some self-esteem, from looking after the children or doing a good job at work or taking care of the home. And they'll just do anything. They'll tell you you're not a good friend. They'll tell you that you're not a good wife, that you're not a good partner, that you're not a good daughter-in-law, that you're not a good daughter. They will do anything to demean you. They absolutely will. And they want to isolate you. And why do they want to isolate you? Well, they don't want you disclosing anything that's going on in the relationship, number one. So if you don't have anyone to talk to, then that reduces the likelihood of you being able to say what's going on. And, of course, they are working in triangulation and smear campaigns to get with your friends and family and tell your friends and family that there's something terribly wrong with you and that they are looking after it because they know you have a problem and they shouldn't worry about that. But you'll be happy. They will be happy to keep them up to date on the problems. So they isolate their partners to prevent this disclosure, and then they want you to become dependent on them. So isolation helps with that. I had one client who, fell madly in love, and the whole fairy tale, which goes with falling in love with a hijackal often. And then the fairy tale included moving to another country, and then she was kept in a place, and all of a sudden, they couldn't afford the second car, so she didn't have a car. She wasn't familiar with the language. I mean, all of the things that you could imagine. He absolutely isolated her. And so he then could have exclusive possession of her and monopolize her and keep her from getting any help. Now, of course, because I'm telling you this story, he didn't win because she was able to get to a telephone and she was able to get online, and she found me and we talked. And in that country, we talked when she was in a telephone booth. And so it's just true that these things happen. So one thing that an abuser wants to do is to isolate a partner from her support system. And so they will even go to the lengths of abusing or assaulting or threatening family members. Or they'll tell them that they're not allowed to visit. They're not allowed to come round. They'll refuse to go and visit family members. And they'll make their victims, their prey, as I prefer to call them, they'll make them choose between them and other people. Or they'll show up unexpectedly at your place of work just to check in and see if you really are where you say you are and doing what you do, and to see if there are anybody lurking around you that they can accuse you of being involved with. So all of these things, are part of this coercive control. They want to deprive you and exploit you and regulate you. All of these things, as I said, I'm going to talk about in individual episodes over the next while. But they want to have this fostering of dependence on them. So they deprive you of the resources you need to make good decisions for yourself or to live independently. And they will take away the financial resources and they will make you entirely dependent upon them financially. Now, that's really a difficult situation, and that happens far too often. They'll micromanage you. They will say that you could make meals quicker, you could make beds more efficiently, you could get home from work faster, you could pare down the grocery bill. All of these things, constant criticism, constant criticism. So power and control. And that sets the stage for violence and injury. Hopefully it won't get there, but so often it does. And the kind of pushing and shoving and things holding and things that go on often go unreported. And I highly recommend that you don't let them go unreported. Because every time you call the police and they show up, I know you run the risk. I know that it's going through your mind, if you've ever done it, that if there's no bruises to report, sometimes nothing happens. But the report is there, and it's important for that. And hijackals like to take you down a peg. They like to rob you of your dignity. And that's what coercive control is. You can't ever be right. Your clothes are not right. Your weight is not right. Your hair is not right. You don't take care of yourself. You're too high maintenance. I mean, you can't be right. So this invisible intimidation just goes on and on and on. So it begins by being able to name it. And that's what I wanted to give you today. Know what coercive control is. Now, on my live stream every Monday night at 6 p.m. Pacific time, in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to do an entire hour on this where you can ask your questions and get in the chat. And so go over to youtube.com/for, F-O-R, relationship help, H-E-L-P. youtube.com/for relationship help. That's my channel. Subscribe over there now and hit the little bell by the subscribe. Then you'll be reminded about Monday evenings. And if you can't be there, you'll be reminded when the replay goes up. So very important, because when abuse isn't reported, or unfortunately in some situations of law enforcement, it's just seen as the course of conduct, then we have to do some real work. And I want to help you understand that it's critical to recognize that all of these tactics that I'm talking about, they come into a pattern of domination that is an offense. Maybe each little act does not seem like an offense, but the pattern is an offense. And in the United Kingdom, 5 countries, I think, have put it into law that coercive control is something that is punishable, and it is something recognized by the courts. We really want that to be happening in the United States and in Canada and every country of the world. You know, I'm a Canadian, but I have dual citizenship. I live in San Diego, California, and I know that we're fighting for that here. We've had a little setback with the current administration because we had made some real gains under the last administration. We had it on the books that abuse included emotional, financial, every kind of abuse, not just physical abuse. Current administration quite sneakily went back in last April of 2019 and just changed the language back to there must be assault, a crime of violence, and a crime of violence means there has to be bodily harm. But we will keep working on this. And if you live in a community, you might want to go to in the community in which you live, because of course you live in a community. Go and find out, you know, what do the police have to say about this? Attend some meetings, find out if you can what's going on about coercive control, because you can educate yourself and maybe you can educate the law enforcement about this if they're not very aware of it. I know I have had clients who live in remote communities and they call the police when they're being threatened or choked or whatever, and the police come and the police kind of laugh it off, and it's not taken seriously. And I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that. But we have to keep working. So one of the things that you can do for yourself is to understand what coercive control is, how it's sneaky, how it's subtle, how it's sadistic, how it's sustained over time, and come to understand that if that has happened to you, you may have started believing you're the problem, because heaven knows you've been accused by a hijackal that everything is your fault. Even the weather and the IRS are your fault. So it may be an awakening. Maybe listening to this will awaken you to those sneaky, subtle, sadistic patterns. And you will be able to start to make a list of them in your head. And this is what's happening, and this is what's happening, and document it and get with the program more so that you can define it and you can get help for it. I'm always here to help you. As I said, if you're new to working with me, you can go to beaclient.com. But there's so much for you. There are my 2 podcasts. This one, Save Your Sanity, and the other one is called Transforming Relationship with Emotional Savvy. And you can find them wherever you like to get your podcasts. And by all means, come to my website, transformingrelationship.com. All my blogs are there. Sign up for the newsletter. Stay in touch. You know, find me on Facebook. Go to my page, facebook.com/relationshiphelpdoctor. Jump in. There are pages for my podcasts on Facebook. There's one for Save Your Sanity. There's one for Transforming Relationship with Emotional Savvy. We can stay in touch. I also have a membership site. If you want to get completely off social media and be part of the forums, just go to transformingrelationship.com and click on circles. I'm doing everything I can to help you. I really want you to have the information. I want you to have resources. I want you to understand. I want you to educate yourself on it is not your fault. A hijacker is doing this to you. They are perpetrators and predators, and they are seeking coercive control. So I hope this has been enlightening for you. I hope that it has caused you to think about a few things, sad things, I know, but really understand. And
Thank you, Dr. Roberta Schaller. That was very, very informational. Thank you for sharing that with all of us. And I'm sharing it with all of you. If anyone is in an abusive relationship, she dropped all those resources. Try to get help. Try to get out any way that you can. So, coercive control, they have these laws in the UK where now you can get time for just coercive control. You don't even have to physically be abusive. You can use coercive control as abuse. So in UK, they're actually charging people with coercive control, and they're getting like sentences of like 5 or 10 years or something like that. So that's very important. You know, I think that they should do that, like she said, in the United States and Canada, you know, everywhere else in the world. But it started with the UK, and it has trickled down to a couple of states in the United States, but not all states use coercive control as a law. Um, you can use coercive control in the law, like, you know, the Mann Act, coercion and enticement, right? Those are all parts of that law, but they want to make coercive control a violation. So if you are using coercive control towards your partner, family member, whomever it is, teacher to student, or anything of that nature, and you're using that type of abuse, you will be charged for breaking that law. Hey, Shorty. What's up, Shorty? Hey, Tears. What's up, Mama? Hey, Tasha. What's up, lady? So, hey, Mountain Inspiration. How are you, sir? So, yeah, so that is very, very deep. I have here, let me see, where's the other, let me, hold on, make this small. Okay. That's gonna be in the end. Okay, I'm gonna do this towards the end. Let me just prepare it here. Okay.
Don't have time to handle all divorce.
Okay. Okay. Now, I have found a coercive control checklist. Now, the coercive control checklist, I'm going to share it with y'all. Let me okay. Make sure you guys can see that. Okay. All right. Now, this here I'm going to read off as a coercive control checklist. The coercive control checklist includes 12 types of behavior, bricks, quote unquote, if you will, okay, that singly and together wall off our freedom. It includes examples from work and other settings to demonstrate that all types of relationships can contain beliefs in the right to be dominant. Each type identifies an effect it has on us. By the time you reach the end, you will have gained a greater understanding of why you feel the way you do. Self confidence, knowing our wants and needs, belief in our competence, and emotional stability are often eroded when we're coercively controlled. The list covers 10 emotional and 2 physical consequences. These examples listed aren't exhaustive. So, and I'm going to quote, other line is included for adding things you've experienced. And you can also adjust the details of each. The types are interrelated, so many achieve more than one result. The 2 physical injury lists always bring emotional harm as well. Bricks of seduction. Seductive behaviors often initially look harmless. Due to the frequency, context, and motivation, they gradually infringe on freedom. Conduct that seduces would be giving feedback that becomes intrusive because they want to be helpful. Shopping so you don't have to go out. Discouraging efforts to work because I'll take care of you, or don't you think I'm capable of supporting us? Another one is claiming they are jealous because they love you, right? Calling constantly at work because of worry. They worry about you. Picking out clothes and other possessions that look good on you. Transporting you to work or other activities so that other men don't get the wrong ideas, right? Hold on one second. Something's going on here with my son. Hold up. Sorry about that, ladies and gents. So these are just certain things that you can check off on this list that if you do see that these things do happen, that they're calling constantly at work because of the worry thing. They worry about you. They're concerned. You know, picking out your clothes, other possessions that they say, "Oh, this looks good on you. Don't wear that. Wear this." Slowly but gradually coercive control. Transporting you, This, "Oh, don't worry, I'll take you here, I'll take you there." So they know where you at. They know where that person lives or where you go. Right? Expecting you to spend all your time with them by saying, "Don't you love me?" Or, "Don't you want to be with me?" Putting the guilt trip on you, right? Manipulating you into doing things for them because they can't do it as well. "Oh, come on, I want you to make this farina because I don't know how to make this farina as well as you do. You make that shit, the bomb. I love it. I love how you make it. Yes. Can you please, please, don't you love me?" "I can't do it as good as you, baby." Right? Manipulating to doing things for them. Taking care of all financial transactions so that, quote unquote, you don't have to concern yourself. "You don't have to worry, honey. Don't worry about it. I got here. I got it. I got it. How much you need? I got it. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to open up a trust just for you. I'm going to open up a bank account just for you. Okay? I'm going to give you a card. And then I'm going to get you a credit card. All right? Okay. Financial. Coercive control. Seductive forms of control creep into a relationship and gradually escalate. The love and attachment we feel cause us initially to give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, others may also have difficulty identifying its inappropriateness, but in addition, we're often hooked by controllers who take advantage of our insecurities. We don't expect the person closest to us to manipulate our anxieties, so may not initially recognize what they're doing. Those behaviors act like quicksand, pulling us into the mere of abuse. The coercion often increases gradually, so that we find ourselves accepting behavior we never would have early on. Just like pooping in a cup and then putting your hands in the cup, pulling out your poop and smearing it on your face. Right? That coercion increased to accepting behavior that we never would have accepted earlier on. All the little things led up to the poop in a cup. It's to test you and see how far you will go, how loyal you are, how much control the person has. That's what that poop in a cup situation was about. Humiliation, degrading her, making her look like shit, feel like shit, eat shit. Coercive control. He didn't have to put no gun to her head. No, sir. Not at all. No guns involved. No knives. None of that. Just coercive control. Simple mind manipulation simple fear and anxiety. And when you have an insecurity about yourself, 9 out of the 10 times it's because that abusive person put that in your mind. Right? You're often hooked by controllers who take advantage of our insecurities. I'm not worthy. And then you smear poop on your face because it's instilled in your head by your abuser that you are not worthy. That's coercive control. No guns, no weapons, mind control, coercive control. Oh, yes, girl. I forgot about that one. Yes, Cal's tears. That's right. How about ejaculating on your partner's face? Leaving it on there and letting it dry up. And then having everybody come into the room and stare at you and laugh while you laugh and say, look at this dumb BI. Don't she look so cute with my stuff on her face? Ha 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 ha. Now go wash it up, you peasant. Coercive control, humiliation, degradation, sadistic behavior, patterns. So it all boils down to this. Now we're going to talk about the bricks of isolation. When we're isolated, we have limited contact with others, making the controller's perceptions and expectations dominant. Now, this feeds their power and makes it easier to brainwash us, meaning control how we think. So, isolation results when we experience these things. It would be limiting or preventing contact with family or friends. And if you are going through this, check this off your list. Because if you are going through this, my dear people, whether you are male or female, leave. If you have more than 2 things on this list for each category, leave. You're in a toxic relationship. Go. Run. Never look back. This is toxic. This is not the life for you. Whether you think so or not, this is not for you. Everyone deserves happiness. Everyone deserves love, honor, and respect. If R. Kelly's claiming that these girls are his girlfriends and all this and that, love, honor, and cherish your girl. Treat her right. Right? Right. So like I said, if you're going through any of these things that I am about to list now, please leave. Leave your relationship. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. I know it's hard. It's always easier said than done. But get out. Find a way and go. Make a plan and go. If Your partner is picking a fight when you are leaving for work or a leisure activity. Isolation. Accusing you of being unloving, selfish, or unfaithful when you see friends or family. That's part of trying to isolate you. Claiming outside interests are evidence of disloyalty and lack of caring. That's isolation. This one don't love you. This one can't do that one for you. I don't like this one. She's a hoe. I don't like that one. He's a hoe. I don't trust this one. I don't trust that one. That's not your real friend. That's not your family member. They don't do nothing for you. What do they do for you that I don't do for you? I do more for you than they will ever. Isolation. Accusing you of being unloving and selfish. Oh, you won't do that. You won't do that for me. You don't love me. You selfish. Always thinking about yourself. Oh, I know you cheating on me. I know you cheating on me. Let me see your phone. Let me see your phone. Isolation. Preventing you from meeting work responsibilities, which leads to being disciplined or fired from your job. He's preventing you from coming to work on time, or he's abusing you so bad that he's hitting you in your face and you can't go to work because you're too embarrassed to show your face because it's bruised up. Or going by your job all the time, calling all the time, knowing that you're not allowed to take personal phone calls, calling your job, showing up, being a nuisance, embarrassing you, humiliating you in front of your employees, your coworkers, shall I say, and your employers, right? Interrogating you after you engage in activities about who you saw and what you did, what you wore, who was there, how many were there, what block was you on, fighting with you over social conversations because they say you're flirting. Oh, thank you, Papito. Have a good day, bitch. Who you calling Papito? I'm Papito. That's not your Papito. That's not your papi. I'm your papi. Why you calling him papi? You being a little flirt, you little hoe bag. And it's just a term of endearment. But it's isolation to him. This is what he's going to do. Or she. Shall I say they? Them. Right? Requiring you to ask permission before leaving. I need to get in touch with daddy. I need to text his Diana. Let me text Diana real quick. Diana, can I please go to the bathroom? Diana, can I get something to eat, Diana? I want to go outside, Diana. Can you please ask daddy if I could go outside? Diana texts daddy. Tell her I said no. There's no gun. There's no knife. There's nothing. What does the woman or the person do? The male or the woman do? Stay right there. Don't you move. You staying right there. There's no gun to your head, but you staying right there because you love them so. And if you disobey them, you're showing them that you really don't love them. But you're in love with your abuser. That love bombing sucked you up. Right? Spreading lies that cause others to reject or shun you. This girl decided to go to the FBI and say that I gave her herpes, so I'm going to make a page called Surviving Lies, and I'm going to throw up all these pictures and all this dirt on all these girls that were around me because they mad at me. So therefore, I'm going to uh uh throw dirt on their name and spread lies. Right? Mm, mm, mm. Like I said, if anybody has checked off any of these that I have listed here, please leave the relationship you are in. Leave the relationship you're in. It's not worth your sanity. Next thing on the list in regards to isolation, telling you to stay away from people because they are not trustworthy. Lying about what others say about you. Monitoring your social media for posts they don't like. Deleting friend contacts from your phone. Those are all tactics of isolation. You are absolutely right, Miss Mo. This is my whole point of bringing this up today. Based upon reports and testimony from the RSK trial, he did all of this. Every single one. This man did not need to have a gun to no one's head to force them to do anything. So all these bloggers out here that are like, oh my God, these dummies and they're dummies. And who's the stupid one? You're the stupid one. You're the stupid one. If it was me, I would have been out. And if it was me, if it was me. No, if it was you, you would be doing the same exact thing. You would be coerced and controlled by R. Kelly. Do not tell me that yous would not be in control of R. Kelly. Yous don't even know that man and he's controlling yous now. How about that? Scary, huh? Flying monkeys participate in the circus that their master creates. You see? So if you're part of that circus, you will do as you are told. Coercive control works. Coercive control is real and in your face. Technology, unfortunately, makes it easier for abusers to isolate us. Partners either force digital passwords from us or hack into our devices. Digital monitoring of our social media and smartphones results in making it harder to contact friends and family. Their intrusions into our privacy often result in increased abuse when they don't like what they see. We may stop using social media to avoid harassment, leading to further isolation. But we often give up our efforts to see others because of the price we pay. So even if that means cutting off family, friends, and interest, this usually appears voluntary to others. They don't see how psychologically exhausting it is to maintain our rights. We may say something like, quote unquote, they hammer on me until I can't take it anymore, and it's just easier to give in. Quote unquote. Mm-mm-mm. They hammer on me until I can't take it anymore, and it's just easier to give in. Do you understand that? That's what happens to these ladies in the R. Kelly situation. They were hammered until they can't take it no more. And it's just easier to just give in. We have a chance to form our own perspective when we interact with friends, family, and coworkers. Jobs or other activities outside the home give us opportunities to learn about ourselves, which can help generate greater strength in resisting a controlling partner's views. This explains why abusers often block these endeavors. They know they'll have less control. So with outside influences, it's harder to control people with outside influences. So the abuser has to take you away from all of that. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. Had to take care of the little lady real quick. Okay. Someone acting under coercive control are not acting from a logical place, but the people who call them dumb continue to hold them to that unfair standard. Exactly, Miss Mo. Thank you for that. Yes. Yes. That is very, very true. Very true. Matter of fact, where's the cigarettes that was here? Why you let the last one? You clipped it? Bring it over here. Hold on. All right, give me a second, guys. Okay, so we're going to continue to read this. Now, as I said, we went through isolation, right? And we went through seduction. So the first step is always seduction, then isolation. After being isolated, then comes the devaluation. Okay, so this is where they start to, make you feel, you devalue yourself. You don't think much of yourself. Mm. So devaluation involves destructive criticism and belittling comments. Like, remember, um, in Surviving R. Kelly, Andrea, for instance, she said how R. Kelly would say, I want my pancakes with the edges crispy. And she didn't make them crispy. So now she's dumb and she don't know how to do pancakes, and she don't know how to scramble eggs and all this, and the milk is too cold, and what are you doing? You don't even know how to make cereal. Like, you're dumb, stupid ass. It devaluing you, right? With belittling comments. So constructive feedback is reasonable and respectful, right? It gives us an opportunity to grow. Like, for instance, if he was doing it nicely and not trying to degrade her, belittle her, he would have said something to the effect of, "Oh, babe, the pancake's great, but next time, can you please add extra butter and make it crispy on the edges? I really love the crispy edges." "Oh, okay, I'll try." And there you go. Simple as that. Practice makes perfect. You have your opportunity to grow on how to make your husband perfect pancakes. Disparaging remarks attack our confidence, creating self doubt and altering how we see ourselves. So we become depredicated, depredicated when we experience these things. I can't wait to get my glasses next week. I hope they come next week. Because I'm squinting like a mother, too. These are the things: criticizing your physical or mental characteristics. You'll never get anywhere looking like that. You're not smart enough, quote unquote, right? Picking apart your accomplishments, correcting everything you say, couching compliments with criticism, like, "This is the first good meal you've made," quote unquote. Name calling, belittling you in front of friends and family or through social media, calling your personal wants or needs selfish, accusing you of being hysterical and out of control when you complain or try to discuss an issue. Like Lisa Van Allen doing a video for R. Kelly. She's crying uncontrollably, because she's so upset. She doesn't want to do this. And he's like, "You're selfish. Why are you complaining? Why? You look stupid. Shut up. Now I got to do this all over again. And you better do it right this time. Wipe your face." Another thing, making fun of your opinions or spiritual beliefs. No, you don't know what you're talking about. You still wet behind the ears, you little girl. And other things, amongst other things, to devalue you. And over time, devaluation increases our guardedness and can inhibit our receptivity to others' feedbacks. So it may become difficult to accept constructive comments and even compliments because you don't feel like you're really those things when somebody compliments you. You don't know how to accept it because you've been so put down for so long that you actually start to believe what your abuser was saying about you, to you, or in front of your friends, degrading you and things of that nature. Devaluation affects our morale, even when we don't believe what is said. We may live with a sense of injustice and spend a lot of energy defending ourselves. But with R. Kelly, there's no defending yourself or he'll whoop your ass. Like, what? There goes the physical abuse. The next thing is the bricks of negation. Bricks of negation. Negation is the opposite of acknowledgement and acceptance. So it results from having our perceptions, feelings, needs, and opinions denied and invalidated by denying what they did and claiming you're too sensitive or that you're making it up. Lying to others about what happened. That's so R. Kelly. Mm-mm-mm. Interrupting or talking over you when there are disagreements. Refusing to recognize your personal needs, such as clothing or sleep. Yeah, he definitely did that. Refused to recognize their personal needs, like going to the bathroom, wearing whatever clothes they want to wear, right? And their sleep patterns were weird. They're up in the crack of dawn in the middle of the night, so all morning and then sleep all day. Ignoring what you said, walking away when you're speaking, talking about you as if you're not there, shaming you for what you believe, changing plans at the last minute so yours are disrupted, attributing your accomplishments to luck or to someone else. Now, this leads to feeling invisible and like we don't matter. Combined with isolation, these behaviors increase the likelihood we will question our perceptions and judgments, even sometimes our sanity. We are more vulnerable to this if we've received negating behavior during childhood because we began relationships with eroded confidence. Next, we're going to talk about the bricks of neglect. In intimate relationships, we expect love, caring, emotional support, respect, and consideration. We feel neglected and abandoned when partners or ex partners give the silent treatment, withhold money, conceal information, preventing you from making plans. For example, not telling you when the kids are being dropped off, ignoring requests, deny or restrict clothing, food, and other necessities, fail to give emotional support. Example, when a parent dies. For example, look, Joy's grandmother passed away. The grandfather passed away. There was quite a few members that have passed away, and she wasn't able to see any of them. No emotional support. Restricting the clothing, the food, and other necessities. Promising to do something and then denying they did. Promises of a career in the music business, and he didn't do anything to help. Nothing. Just promised. Prevent you from spending money or time on your interests. You have an allowance. Here it is. But you can't go out unless I tell you to. And you're going to spend your money where I tell you to spend your money. These behaviors deepen the sense that we don't matter. Neglect may be the norm, or it may be used to punish or reject whenever we do not bow to what they want. So when children experience neglect, they are at increased risk for poor self esteem and confidence, depression, and anxiety throughout their lives, unless they have corrective experiences, such as other caring adults or therapy. Now we're going to talk about the bricks of betrayal. Betrayal involves exploiting the trust and goodwill in an intimate relationship. By definition, intimacy involves vulnerability. So, marriages and partnerships, dating relationships, and friendships are meant to be egali- uh, egalitarian with respect and equal power. So, equalitarian with respect and equal power. Our dependence upon them for support and honest feedback, acceptance, and love leads to feeling betrayed when we experience these things. Threats to leave if you don't give it to what they want, if you don't give in to what they want, calling your needs selfish while claiming theirs as rights, using your confidences to ridicule or put you down later, lying to others about you, changing commitments or decisions that were agreed upon without your input, refusing to acknowledge concerns you voice, making decisions that affect both of you without your input, setting double standards for your behavior and theirs, breaking promises, requiring you to ask permission, but doing what they want without considering you, withholding financial or other important information, creating separate financial accounts for joint money without your name, neglecting all responsibilities for the family, limiting spending on personal necessities because you don't make as much money, questioning all your expenditures but buying anything they want, also refusing to contribute money for household expenses, insisting on actions that humiliate you, hacking into your social media phone, using smart home appliances to harass you, like change the door lock codes, the thermostat, or the lights, using social media to blame or accuse you, threatening to seek sex outside the relationship whenever you decline to be sexual. The misuse of our vulnerability demonstrates a sense of entitlement and a willingness to exploit closed relationships to gain unfair advantages. We will explore this further in Why Do They Hurt Us chapters. These behaviors violate our sense of fairness. We puzzle over why loved ones treat us like this and look a reason. However, the deeper harm comes if we think something is wrong with us and we're unlovable. Controllers, of course, encourage this. Our beliefs about what is fair may differ, but we know when we're not experiencing love. For instance, some people believe males are the head of the household and have the final say. But even so, they don't condone disrespect and injustice. We experience betrayal and abuse whenever our cultural values of respect and justice are violated. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, then we're going to talk about bricks creating self doubt. Behavior that refutes reality, twists facts, and accuses falsely creates self doubt. The term gaslight, right, was popularized by the 1944 movie of the same name. This form of emotional abuse causes us to question our reality. Shay Emma Fett says that gaslighting is a form of manipulation with the goal of changing who someone is, not just their behavior. We doubt our perceptions and feel crazy, especially when there are also negating, devaluing, and isolating tactics. Examples: shifting responsibility for the behavior to you. Example would be: would not be unfaithful, drink, abuse if you did not blank. Threatening suicide and saying you'd be responsible. Blaming you for something you have no control over. Accusing you of things you do not do. Claiming that abusive behavior only occurs with you, so you're the problem. Insisting something was not said or done. Saying you imagined things. Twisting what was said. Example, when you complain about unfairness in workload, the person accuses you of not wanting to contribute, right? Acting like what you said does not make sense. Insisting your memory is faulty. Responding to your concerns with accusations regarding something unrelated. Telling lies about what others have said. Changing your passwords and then claiming you are losing your memory. Blocking access to bank accounts because you can't manage money. Quoting the Bible or other spiritual sources to justify their abusive behavior. Now, abusers engage in these behaviors with conviction that sounds convincing to us. It's difficult to believe someone who says they love us would behave like this. And this is what coercive controllers play on. The normal response is to take it seriously by looking for what we have missed. So, Fett identifies 3 stages of gaslighting. First, we know what they're saying is ridiculous and argue with them. Next, we consider their point of view and worry about what it means about us, and we also try to get them to see our viewpoint. Last, we consider what they say as normal and begin to lose the ability to trust our own judgment. In addition to eroding our confidence about what we know, they may damage others' opinions of us. This sometimes leads to people unwittingly colluding with partners because they can't see how reality is being twisted. So, the best way to respond is not to engage with these behaviors. We will examine how to do that in chapter 40. But that's just. Now they talk about bricks of humiliation. So, though all forms of abuse result in survivors feeling humiliated, this list includes behaviors whose primary intention is humiliation, such as making fun of your body. Oh, you got bumps down there? You can't walk straight? I think your pussy broken. Humiliation. R. Kelly said that to Azriel once she was getting the symptoms of herpes. He said, your pussy's broken. That's what he said to her. A form of humiliation that made her feel so special. Comparing you to pornographic or sexual explicit pictures. Oh, you need to look more like Rashonda. You need to look more like Sean. Don't she look cute with these pigtails? telling derogatory jokes about you. Oh yeah, I had in the van the other night and I nutted all on her face and then I made her walk around like that. Yeah, yo, that shit was funny. Ha ha hee hee. Hoo hoo. That was so funny. Having a verbal or physical altercation in public. Haley Calhoun said that they had an altercation in public. Scratched her neck, slapped her face, he bruised her face, broke her chain, right? Tried to choke her, right? Telling others information meant to be private. Well, as Riel, she got herpes, Things that are meant to be private, but you're telling the information. Deriding your decisions, opinions, or intelligence in front of others. Insisting you dress in ways that make you feel comfortable. Wear these sweats, wear these sweatpants, wear this sweatshirt, okay? Because that's what you got to wear around daddy now. That's what you got to wear in the house now. And especially if you go out now. Make sure you got those sweats nice and clean and pressed, okay? Posting embarrassing things about you on social media, true or untrue. Making crude sexual comments about you in private or in front of others. Staring at private areas of your body. Forcing you to do something that feels disgusting. Like peeing and then playing with it. And everybody going like, ooh, ah, it's splashing everywhere. Being humiliated, walking back and forth and saying, I am a dumbass slut. Repeating yourself 20 times, walking back and forth. Naked. In a tanga. On camera. It's like, there's no place like home. Mm-mm-mm. So being humiliated undermines our self-respect. We often feel we should be able to prevent it. And when we cannot, it brings a sense of shame. This especially cuts us coming from a partner. When abusers make private matters a public spectacle, this is intended to shame and isolate us, increasing the sense of being trapped. We begin to think their behavior reflects on us and fear that others think we deserve how we are treated. This inhibits us from reaching out for help, further narrowing our options. Bricks of intimidation. Controllers use action or threats of action to make it clear we are not safe. Now, these include threatening to make up offenses such as child abuse, report you to authorities for immigration status, disclose private matters or tell others lies, kill or hurt you or someone else or your pets, use weapons, force sex, or seek sex with someone else, throwing objects in your direction, body checking, using their body to bump, shove, restrict your movements, blocking the door to keep you from exiting or entering, making threatening gestures or facial expressions such as clenched fists, screaming in your face, standing too close, driving recklessly, destroying possessions, hurting or killing a pet, refusing to leave when asked, preventing or interrupting sleep, breaking important items of yours, sexual comments or harassment, stalking, using smartphones or other electronic devices to track your activities. Even when there has never been physical abuse, they often make it clear that we won't be safe if we don't give in. Intimidation works because it is natural to avoid anything that would hurt us. So even if he said, I will beat your ass if you touch that stove, you are not going to test your parent, right? Or your loved one or your partner. You're not going to want to test that person. That's intimidation. It works. If you go out that door and so help me God, I am going to whoop your behind. I will kill you. Now, when there has been past physical abuse, threats are even more effective because there is a higher probability of it happening in the future. So, incidents of violence with others also increase the power of intimidating behavior because they have proven they are capable of harmful acts. Now, bricks of physical injury. Physical violence includes a broad range of behaviors that vary in seriousness. However, they all make it more likely we will give in. Examples of physical injury would be hitting with objects, pulling your hair, kicking you, pushing and shoving you, burning or cutting you, tripping you, slapping you, hitting you with the fist, beating you down, choking you, using a knife, a gun, or other weapons. It only takes one act of violence to alter how we respond to that person forever. Regardless of how serious the injury, we will avoid displeasing them again, especially if we feel trapped and unable to leave. Physical violence generally escalates over time. The behaviors that are life threatening cause us to fear death, but all violence increases our fear that it will escalate to that level. Non physical controlling behaviors also escalate over time. They demoralize us. We often know that even when there has been no physical violence, there would be if the abuser feels threatened by loss of control. So statistics show that leaving is the most dangerous time. Sometimes controllers become physical only after we leave or make plans to divorce. Pay attention to your fear. You're the best person to know how much danger exists. Hey, T Bam. Hey, Carol. Hey, R. Kelly's doghead. What's up, mama? What's up, ladies? I'm back in the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying. Thanks for the awareness. You're welcome, honey. Quasia is in the building. Rocking with the truth said, what's up, mama? She said, this makes me angry. I'm not with putting your hands on me, and I know how to keep my hands to myself. Now I'm still working on my tongue. I still cut you with it. Carol, how you doing, Carol? Good to see you, mama. What's up, Ladybug? How you doing, baby? I hope you're doing wonderful. Glad to see you in here. So, yeah. So now we're going to get into the portion that speaks of bricks of sexual injury. Relationships contaminated by sexual force pierce us to the core. Besides coercive sex, there are myriad ways that we can be violated. We have trouble making sense of how partners can abuse the love and trust we've placed in them when they do these things: grab private areas of the body, use guilt to manipulate for sex, treat you as a sex object instead of a loved one, compare you to pornograph, pressure to have sex in ways you're not comfortable with, force sex with others, post sexual pictures of you without permission, use objects to hurt you sexually, rape you. These are sexual injuries. Because our relationships include loving memories, many hesitate to call non-consensual sex rape. Quote unquote rape. And abusers reinforce this, claiming it's our duty. They often guilt us by saying we don't love them or we're hurting them by not complying to their sexual needs. Like, are you kidding me? So therefore now you're going to rape me because I tell you no, you're going to keep going. I'm going to conform to your will and I'm just going to say, ugh, okay, you're raping me. I didn't say yes. You just took it. And you're trying to enforce it on me to claim that that's my duty. So they often guilt us by saying we don't love them or we're hurting them by not complying. Now, their needs are always more important than ours. Being forced to be sexual shuts off our receptivity and desire. It's true. When I don't want to have sex and you're trying to force me to have sex, I'm going to dry up like a prune. I'm not going to get wet. This is not going to happen. I'm not excited. This is not happening. This is not happening. If you're going to force sex on me, it's not happening. I'm not going to get excited. I'm going to be upset after the situation. But you're happy, but I'm upset. But it's okay because you're happy. Right? So everyone has a right to say no and to exercise control over their own bodies. Now, if we can't say no, if we have no choice, there is no consent. So when R. Kelly just goes to these girls and says, take off your clothes, lay down, open your legs, and he just goes in, there's no consent. Where was the consent? Where was the consent? He didn't slowly kiss you and lead up to the foreplay and say, is it okay if I kiss you? Okay, now you start kissing and you're starting to rub the shoulder. You go to the titty. All of a sudden, she either leads your hand to continue or she pushes your hand away. If she pushes your hand away, she's telling you, no, I don't want to have sex, but I don't mind kissing you. That doesn't necessarily mean because I'm kissing you, I want to have sex. That just means I want to kiss you. Sexual harassment dampens our usual receptivity to partners. This becomes a vicious circle when abusers blame us for our lack of interest. We may even blame ourselves when we haven't realized we're being abused. When we are forced to have sex, it deepens our shame, helplessness, and hopelessness. These emotions can result in depression and sometimes thoughts of harming ourselves. We also may be more likely to seek coping strategies that numb our pain, such as overeating or alcohol and drug abuse or addiction. Angela Brown's research documents that battered women who experience sexual violence from their partners are also statistically more likely to kill their abusers. Survivors resort to these acts when they feel hopeless and perceive that nothing else will stop the abuse. Now, reflections after reading the checklist. Notice how it felt to read this checklist. Many feel fatigued or queasy when they review the full extent of coercion that they've experienced. Take care of yourself. Take whatever time you need before proceeding. Do some writing if that is helpful to you to explore your thoughts as well as your emotions. Talk to someone about them if that is better. Notice if you're comparing what happened and minimizing your abuse. Focus on how you were affected rather than comparing stories. Think about the similarities and how everyone is touched by control. You may find it useful to write a letter you don't send expressing your feelings. Listening to ourselves can be healing, similar to having someone else hear and validate us. Putting it on paper or in print often helps us clarify what we feel. Be mindful of keeping it safe from your partner's eyes. Password protect any documents you create and keep any journals in safe places, perhaps away from home. And that is the end of that, guys. I thought that was an awesome checklist. And like I said, if anyone who was here with me and you've seen this checklist, please do me a favor. Leave that relationship as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Yeah, that was T-Bam. That was crazy. I couldn't even believe he even said that. Like, really? Really? Did you really do that? Wow. Um, okay. Okay. Okay, now the legal battle against coercive control is just beginning. Now, as we were saying, coercive control is a form of abuse that is still not illegal in most of the United States. Not because anyone decided it should be legal, but because of a lack of awareness. So it often accompanies other forms of abuse and can be more difficult to spot and prosecute than other forms of abuse. It's called coercive control. And it's finally gaining some notice from lawmakers. Now, what are the laws against it? Now, in California, coercive control is illegal in California as a result of the SB 1141. That's a bill. And it defines coercive control as a pattern of behavior that in purpose or effect unreasonably interferes with the person's free will and personal liberty. It lists as examples isolating the other party from friends, relatives, and other sources of support, depriving the other party of basic necessities, controlling, regulating, or monitoring the other party's movements, communications, daily behavior, finances, economic resources, or access to services. Also, compelling the other party by force, threat of force, or intimidation, including threats based on actual or suspected immigration status, to engage in conduct from which the other party has a right to abstain, or to abstain from conduct in which the other party has a right to engage. So they have a law in California in effect already. The other state is Hawaii. They have a coercive control law as well, and it's the HB 2425. Okay, and here it's pattern of threatening, humiliating, or intimidating actions, which may include assaults or other abuse that is used to harm, punish, or frighten an individual. Coercive control includes a pattern of behavior that seeks to take away the individual's liberty or freedom and strip away the individual's sense of self, including bodily integrity and human rights. Okay, so they also have one. In Hawaii, they have a law. Now, other states have proposed legislation, but nothing has passed yet. Some states have incorporated teaching about coercive control in programs they were already running to address domestic violence. There are also a few laws against coercive control in other parts of the world. So to look for proposed legislation in your area, check out this useful bill tracker. And what more is needed is at this time, there is still no federal law against coercive control in the United States. In addition, most states and local jurisdictions do not yet have laws on the books concerning coercive control either. So strong federal and state law is needed to completely address this problem. So we need these laws in all 52 states across the United States. You know, okay. Okay. All right. So, I'm just going to read a little article here that talks about something about Mariah Carey and how she went through a similar situation where she was in a coercive controlled relationship. Okay. Now, we all know that it's a legal term, right? Coercive control. It's a legal term, but it's not a law to be criminalized. So it needs to be criminalized, a law that is criminalized. Now, in this little article, it talks about that on her show, Mariah's World. Mariah Carey said that while they were married, she had to ask her then husband and record label boss, Tommy Mottola, for permission to leave the house. After divorcing Elon Musk, his ex-wife, Justine, wrote about how he pushed me to the blonder during an interview with Oprah Winfrey. Reese Witherspoon opened up about a past relationship with a partner who tried to diminish her self-worth and sense of ambition. Now, while these stories may be fodder for the tabloids and TV, these celebrity tell-alls showcase serious indicators of a type of legally defined abuse that many others have suffered. You know, that they have suffered coercive control. Think of this pattern of behavior. Maybe you have seen it in such a relationship where an abuser demands obedience from the victim while also stripping them of liberty, freedom, and self-worth. Right? So that's what it is. People go through it. We know that. It's real. It's real. It's a real battle. You know, and this needs to be addressed more. You know, they are slowly working, like they said in legislation, they are trying to pass laws to convict abusers from using coercive control. Okay. I'm trying to, okay. All right. Now, the United States does not have any federal laws that cover coercive control, although several states have taken action to legalize it, right? California and Hawaii have both passed the laws. Now, the laws of Scotland, France, and the United Kingdom, Wales, and Ireland are universally applicable. So you can apply those laws from those countries and apply it to the United States. Now, is coercive control a criminal offense? It is a criminal offense to exercise coercive control. You can ask the police to issue a warning to your abusive partner or to arrest him for a crime. The police will refer the matter to the CPS, the protection services, if they have enough evidence. It is possible for the CPS to prosecute your abuser. Okay. What is the law on coercive control? A new offense of controlling or coercive behavior in an intimate or family relationship has been added to the Serious Crime Act of 2015. The behavior of A, repeatedly and continuously toward another person. A, repeatedly or continuously toward another person. B, that is coercive or controlling. And at the time of the behavior, A and B are personally connected. So, when did coercive control become a crime? As of 29 December of 2015, controlling or coercive behavior is now illegal. Okay, so MPs are calling for the arrest of coercive control in order to prevent deathly pandemic domestic violence. It is a silent, hidden, and deathly pandemic. Advocates say that behavior is not covered by existing domestic violence laws, so making it difficult for police to prevent and respond to them. Hold on one second, guys. Well, you know what? I'm gonna pause this for a second, guys. Give me a second. Sorry about that. I'm back. T-Bam says, I read that most perpetrators will isolate victims and make them solely depend on them for everything, just like RSK. Facts. All forms of abuse should be outlawed, period. I agree. Hey, my baby boy, my brother. What's up, Dre? Dre? Where's my sister Lynn? She better be in the building too. Where's she at? Where's she at? Lynn! Where you at, Lynn? What's up, Dre? Dre's in the building. Everybody say what's up. James! I have a problem, James. What's up, Papi? Hello, everyone that's just come into the building. For those who just came in, rewind the live. It was really, really informative. And they wonder why some are called angry black women. Boom. Okay. So, okay, let me close some of these tabs I got going on here, guys. All right, wait, before, right, I wanted to just read that. I'm going to, oh, wait, wait, hold on. All right, yeah, I wanted to save it. Hold on, okay. Okay, what is this one again? Okay. I'll close this as well. Okay, I'm closing that. Sorry, guys, I'm just closing the tabs that I had open so I can when I go to play my video that I'm going to leave you guys with. Okay. Now, I had found this very interesting. Thank you, Mama. Excuse me. No, I'm not blowing it down. Okay. I found this to be very interesting. Okay. Can you guys see that? All right, let me see. Boom, boom. Okay. Now, this is from the Washington Defender Association. I was very disturbed by this, but, maybe like they said, that I was just reading that, more, we have to continue to fight for these laws, this law to be in effect. Because Washington opposed of this. Washington tried to pass the HB 1449 law for coercive control. Now, the Washington Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, the WACDL, and the Washington Defender Association, WDA, they are opposed to HB 1449. Now, if I'm not mistaken, opposed means they don't agree with it, right? They don't agree with it. They oppose the decision, right? They don't want it. The opposing side, right? Am I correct? Please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Let me, okay. Okay. So it says that they are opposed to the HB 1449, which creates a new crime called coercive control. I'm right? Okay. So they oppose this decision. They don't want this law. This bill is a laudable first step toward addressing a significant social problem. However, the proposed legislation is seriously flawed from a due process point of view. The language contains a number of vague or undefined terms. Perhaps the most important term that goes undefined is what constitutes, quote unquote, forcible compulsion. While there is such a term defined in the rape statutes, this bill does not attempt to import that definition. Other important terms are undefined as well, leaving huge holes to be filled with the interpretations of law enforcement and prosecutors. The bill does not define how many instances of control constitute a course of conduct, quote unquote, course of conduct. It is 2, 3, or more. Is there a temporal connection required? Does each instance have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt? What is the mens rea or intent requirement? The bill does not define one, and liability seems to be mostly premised on the state of mind of the complaint. The bill does not set out a reasonable person, quote unquote, standard instead of the potentially subjective reaction of the complaining witness. How much of a limitation or restriction is required for there to be liability? Contrast, for example, the unlawful imprisonment statute, which requires a substantial interference with the person's liberty or freedom of movement. Section 2's discussion of consent is also somewhat problematic in that the alleged perpetrator might not be expected to know if apparent consent is in some way being coerced. Again, the lack of an intent element or mens rea requirement would render the bill subject to challenges under the due process clause of the state or federal constitution. The behaviors in the statute are so broad as to be weaponized against members of marginalized communities and to criminalize conduct which is not actually dangerous. They don't find this to be dangerous. Are you kidding me? The committee should not pass this bill without substantial revisions to make it less susceptible to constitutional challenges, so that there is fair warning about what conduct is prohibited and reasonable knowledge that the new law will make Washington state residents safer. Can you believe that, guys? Well, so they got to go back to the drawing board and find the way that it will not mess with someone's due process of the law. And they have to find the right intent element as well as the proper requirement for the mens rea. That is terrible, right? Right? Oh man, I'm going to stop sharing that. Okay. Let me close this now. Okay, so we're going to come to the ending of the live. Let's see what you guys think about that. Oh, okay. I'm not surprised lawmakers wouldn't support it. I mean, we have 2 whole sitting Supreme Court judges with who have violated women. A disregard for abuse permanents our society. Oh, wow. Yeah, I agree with that, young lady. Mm, 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 mm. Well, I'm going to take you out with, as I spoke about in the beginning of the video of this live today, we spoke about Tracy Thurman and how she was in an abusive relationship. And she was from Connecticut. She's from Connecticut. This is a true story. She's from Connecticut. Um, and she was abused by her husband. She was stabbed multiple times. He broke her neck. She was almost dead. She was in ICU. Like, he tried to kill her. And he did a lot of coercive control. And it started with the little things. You know, it built up. Like they said, the isolation. He moved her away from the family. She moved to another state. They had a kid. It was, it was a lot of steps she took to the point where she couldn't take it anymore. So I'm going to make sure I put up my disclaimer. So give me a second. I'm going to remove myself from the stream so you guys can see the disclaimer. Okay, I'm back. You have been warned. The following video contains disturbing content that may not be appropriate for some viewers. You have been warned. If you cannot watch it, I advise you to leave the live, drop your comments below. Please remember, guys, to hit that like button and share the video. Thank you. And I'm going to set up now. This is the name of the movie was called, the name of the movie is titled A Cry for Help. If you guys do want to get a chance to try to find it somewhere, it was a Lifetime movie. You can find it. Just maybe, Google it, Tubi, however. If you want to watch it, watch the whole thing from beginning to end. I, suggest you do. Like I said, it was from Lifetime. So, and this came out, I forgot what year exactly. This was 1993 or 1992. It was in the late 80s, early 90s that this woman went through this. Okay. Her name is Tracy Thurman. You can look her up. And thank you, Miss Mimo. Thank you, honey. This conversation needed to be had because I see a lot of people are always, saying, where was the abuse? Where was the abuse? It wasn't so much abuse. Coercive control is abuse. It is a form of abuse. It is. And people need to understand that. All right, guys. So I'm going to go on mute and I'm going to play the video. Please enjoy.
it. Yeah, I know. Got you, didn't he? Beats me. Yeah, yeah. So, we'll just save up enough money, and when we have it, we'll come back. Okay? That little heart though? Bet like that means you're bluffing. Yeah!
Oh!
Does that look like I'm bluffing? Hey, gotcha. There you go. Oh, eat it. Yeah, I know. Got you, didn't he? Beats me. Yeah, yeah. But not me. Give me some money.
I don't have any.
I know you're hiding it around here somewhere. I know. Where is that? Where is that?
Take it, that's it, that's all I've got.
Liar!
I'm not lying, it's the truth, I spent it on food.
Shut him up! Shut him up!
I'm lying, it's just a baby. God, baby, cry, you know.
I never cried.
No, well, no wonder the way your mother treated you.
Oh, hey! Did I ever tell you about the time she stabbed me? Look at me! Look at me! I went and reached for a pork chop. She took the big fork right into my wrist. I was 5, 6 years old. I never cried. Look at me! I didn't cry. I don't cry. What's mine up to? Cut it up! Listen to me! I said shut him up!
Touch him, just leave him
Teacher. Hey, buddy. what did Papa Bear say? Papa Bear said, oh, look, someone's been sleeping in my bed. And then the Mama Bear said, oh, someone's been sleeping in my bed. And then the Baby Bear said, come on, CJ, what did the Baby Bear say? Baby Bear says, oh, someone's been sleeping in my bed and they're still here.
What are you doing here?
I came to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to you, Buck. Just stay away from me. You should have just stayed in Florida.
Oh, I'm here now. You got a job at the diner? I could give you some money.
I don't want your money. Just leave.
I have the right to see my own kid, don't I?
God, don't! Buck, stop it! Buck, bring him back!
Now you can see how it feels to be without him.
Oh, God! I wonder what they want. They coming in here? Looks like it. Oh. Nothing happened? Oh, I didn't see that.
You Buck Thurman? Yeah.
I don't believe this!
Can somebody help me, please? He's got my son.
He's my kid, too!
Mrs.
You won't even let me see my own kid!
It's not true.
He says he won't give the baby back unless you promise to go back with him.
What?
You want your son back?
Yes, I want my son back.
Look, why don't you come on in here and calm this guy down? Will you?
You don't get it, do you? I'm what's upsetting him.
Bitch. You called the cops just because I want to see my own son.
It's not true, Buck. You know you can see him.
I don't want to just see him. I want us all back together again.
We can talk about it.
Sorry about that, guys. Y'all still there? Well, there you go. Like I said, guys, I put the link to the video in the description box if you want to continue to see the rest of it. Please do so. Go check it out. My point of watching this video is to show you examples of coercive control, domestic violence, physical abuse. Also, how the police, how the cops treated her throughout the process of her making her complaints back and forth. The police weren't really there. She sued the police. She sued the county. I'm going to go through it right here. It's called, let me show y'all. Um, let me show you guys here. Thurman versus the city of Torrington. And this was 1985, was a court decision concerning Tracy Thurman, a Connecticut homemaker who sued the city police department in Torrington, Connecticut, and claimed a failure of equal protection under the law. Now, the civil and political rights are a class of rights that protect individuals' freedom from infringement by governments, social organizations, and private individuals. They ensure one's entitlement to participate in the civil and political life of society and the state without discrimination or repression. So, failure of the equal protection under the law against her abusive husband, Charles, also known as Buck Thurman Sr. Now, in 1982, Tracy Thurman left her husband, Charles Buck Thurman, after a brief violent marriage. She took with her their only child, Charles Jr. For 8 months, the couple lived apart while Buck harassed Tracy and verbally threatened to kill her. In November of 1982, Buck forcibly entered the home Tracy was staying at and removed Charles Jr. Charles Jr. was returned to his mother, but the police refused to accept a complaint of criminal trespass from the homeowner. Now, in that clip that I was showing to you guys, that's basically what we're reading right now. What I'm reading right now is basically a portion of what that was, what she went through a little bit with the cops right then and there. Okay. 4 days later, Buck stood in front of Tracy's car on a public street and verbally threatened her. Although there was a police officer nearby, he did not intervene until Buck broke the windshield of her car with his fist. Then Buck was convicted of breach of the peace and received a 6 months suspended sentence with a 2-year conditional discharge. He was ordered to stay away from Tracy, but within weeks, Buck resumed threatening Tracy. Tracy reported the behavior to the police, but no effort was made to arrest Buck. Now, between January and May of 1983, Buck made numerous threats to her. Violating the court order, she reported these threats to the police, but no action was taken. On 5 separate occasions in May of 1983, Tracy appeared at the Torrington police station to request the arrest of her husband because of his repeated threats of violence. Now, the police gave Tracy various excuses for their inaction, including the officer who has your case is on vacation. Like, what? Then on May 6th of 1983, Tracy filed for and was granted a restraining order against Buck. On June 10th of 1983, Buck arrived at the house Tracy was staying at and demanded to see her. Tracy remained inside and contacted the police. 15 minutes later, with no officer in sight, Tracy exited the house to speak to Buck. It was only 25 minutes after Tracy called, a single officer arrived, who sat in his car while Buck chased Tracy, grabbed her by the hair, and stabbed her over 20 times. The officer eventually exited the car and took the knife from Buck, but made no effort to arrest him. While the officer watched, Buck kicked Tracy in the head several times, breaking her neck. Buck then ran into the house, grabbed Charles Jr., and took him outside. Buck dropped Charles Jr. on Tracy's limp body and once again kicked her in the head. And then you know what he did when he did that to her? He kicked her in the head and had the baby like that in his hands. And he said, "Look at what I did to your mother. Look at what she made me do. I killed your mother. I killed your mother." That's what he was doing to her. That's what he was saying to the baby, and the baby's hysterical crying. And the cop is just standing there watching this, along with everyone else that was a witness to this. Now, on June 10th, 1983, Buck arrived at Tracy's house, was staying at, and demanded to see her. Tracy remained inside and contacted the police. 15 minutes later, with no officer in sight, Tracy exited the house to speak to Buck. It was only 25 minutes after Tracy called, the single officer arrived, who sat in his car while she was being chased by her husband. He grabbed her by her hair and stabbed her over 20 times. He took the knife from him, but left him. He didn't even arrest him. He just took the knife from him. While the officer watched, she was kicked in her head several times, breaking her neck. Then he ran into the house. He got the baby. Roughly now, 40 minutes after the police arrived, Tracy was loaded into an ambulance. Buck threatened Tracy one more time and was finally arrested. And you know what he said? When he comes out of jail, he's going to finish the job if she's not dead. Then he was arrested, and then Buck was convicted of assault and sentenced to 20 years, but served less than 8 years in prison. Tracy Thurman spent 8 months in the hospital. She is partially paralyzed to this day. The case was brought to an attorney who was well known for his work involving in police misconduct. And when the lawsuit was filed in 1984, Tracy Thurman became the first woman in America to sue a town individually and its police department for violating her civil rights, and claimed the police had ignored the violence because she was married to the perpetrator. The case was allowed to proceed in a ruling by senior judge Joseph Blumenfeld, who had been appointed to the bench by President John Kennedy in 1961. The claim survived a motion to dismiss which asserted that it had not asserted a constitutionally based claim of a violation of equal protection. The claim was that by practice and custom, or by the custom over months of failing to address the complaints of a single victim of domestic violence, the plaintiff, as a woman and victim of domestic violence, was being afforded differential treatment than other victims of violence, which made a valuable constitutional claim for damages. The motion to dismiss was denied. The case was allowed to proceed. The district court found that a pattern of affording inadequate protection or no protection at all to women who have complained of being abused by their husbands is tantamount to an administrative classification used to implement the law in a discriminatory fashion. Tracy Thurman was awarded $2.3 million, but eventually settled for $1.9 million when the city agreed to forego an appeal. Okay. So she sued them for taking no action because that could have been prevented. That could have been prevented a long time ago. The other times that he did abuse her, she had marks on her. She called about the harassment that he would come to the house, stand outside, the stalking, all that. And just because the fact that he was her husband, it was okay as long as he didn't kill her. So that's when they came and did the Thurman Law. Yeah, they named the law in Connecticut called Thurman Law, the Tracy Thurman Law. They wound up making a law that it doesn't matter if you're married or not, abuse is abuse. And the police need to handle that right away, especially if she has a protective order. Yeah, that's crazy, right? That could have been prevented, man. Now she's paralyzed, partially paralyzed, He cut her throat from ear to ear. You hear me? He slit her throat with that knife from ear to ear. And then he slit her face from her side of her lip up all the way up to her cheek. And then stabbed her multiple times in the back. While she was faced on the floor. The cop takes the knife away. All these people are like, oh, no, they're yelling at him. He gets the knife away. He goes all the way to the car of his police car, puts the knife in the trunk, closes the trunk, and then goes back. And while this is happening, he's kicking her in the face. He went upstairs, got his son, came back downstairs, started kicking her in the face. And then all of a sudden, backup arrived and they finally detained him, as well as the ambulance came as well to put her in the... And while they were trying to put her in the ambulance, he was trying to attack her. If you guys get a chance, A Cry for Help, check it out. This poor woman, God bless her. She's fine today. She's living. She's happy. Her son got into some trouble with the law himself. I forgot what it was, but yeah, Charles Jr. Got into a little trouble, but that doesn't mean that he's a bad kid, So, well, now he's a grown man, by now. This was in the 80s, so he's probably in his 30s right now, right? So, guys, that was that. I appreciate you guys for coming over and hanging out with me. Please make sure that you hit that like button, share the video. Thank you very much. And for those who will be watching the replay, make sure you leave your comments below. Share the video. Please subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed to the channel. Thank you. Hit that like button on your way out. Diva Divine Light is out. Peace.
So around 12 o'clock, all of us are ready to go to bed.